Audible, though, that's the real question. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 3, 2, 1. watch Queen Elizabeth II be one of the leaders in the next installment of Civilization. What do you bet that they do now? I think they should, at least. Yeah, motherfucker. Let's fucking go, y'all. Alright.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Your mastery of the spoken word is a gift of great value, silver-tongued Pericles, leader of the Greeks. Through it, you can attract the devotion of a league of states, surrounding yourself with their glory. Establish cultural sites along the rocky shores of Greece to unite your people behind your strong governance. If all goes well, the sirens will sing of the age of Pericles.
How's you, mate?
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings? And I get...
Alright, just for fun, we can start with some Kyle.
Having a lot of old people in office.
Yeah, but now I want to talk about this poll that just came out. CBS News.
First of all, I find Kyle and Crystal both hideously, massively annoying. Just putting that on the record.
Interesting.
This is really interesting. So they asked the question, and I don't know what this is apropos of, right? It's apropos of nothing, apparently. But
Having a lot of old people in office.
yeah, but it's been like that for a while. It's weird that this was asked now. But anyway, the question is, should there be maximum age limits for elected officials?
Okay, the answer is no. It's very simple. Obviously, there should be no maximum age for any elected official. Right? The only conceivable reason that anybody could give for not wanting, the only conceivable justifiable reason that anybody could give for not wanting old people to be able to be elected representatives of our government just because they're too old would be that they are too physically decayed to perform the functions of the job adequately. But it's quite obvious that you don't need an age limit in order to check whether someone is physically capable of doing their job or not. So it's completely irrelevant what age they are. The only thing that matters is whether they can do the job or not. If they are physically capable of doing the job, they should have every right to be elected to that representative position of government.
That's the question. Listen to this. 73% of all adults say yes, age limits. 73.
Yeah. That's because the average human is an authoritarian fucking monster, okay? That absolutely would be a Nazi in Nazi Germany, okay? Average human being, yes. That's what we're dealing with right here. On this fucking rock that we live on.
Only 27% say no. Let me break it down a little bit for you by demographic. So among Democrats, 71% yes, maximum age limit. 75% among independents, 75% among Republicans. So Democrats were the lowest number, and they were 71%.
Yeah, that's fucking insane, but good for Democrats. For once, they had the most correct position on an issue, only by 4 percentage points, and they were still massively wrong, but a win's a win, right? Take the W's where you can get them, gents. And I say that as a proud Republican.
Let me do it by...
That's probably because they are like, well, Joe Biden is old as fuck. And
Still 71 is super high.
Mm-hmm. Very high.
Very high.
Yeah.
Then we have by age. So this is interesting. Actually...
Oh yeah, that's a good point Crystal made. I take away the win from Democrats because it's obviously it's obvious to me that more than the 4% that they won that issue by what can be accounted for by pro Joe Biden bias. So thank you, Crystal, for reminding me of that very relevant fact. Let's rewind slightly, shall we?
The youngest people
are like, well, Joe Biden is old as fuck. And
still 71 is super high.
Mm-hmm. Very high.
Very high.
Yeah.
Then we have by age. So this is interesting. Actually, it's the youngest people who are most lenient on age.
Skeptical of the age limit.
Yes. So 68%. This is a low number. 68% for age 18 to 29. Then you have age 30 to 44. It's 75% say yes, maximum age limit. Age 45 to 64, 75%. And then age 65 plus, 74%. So even the old people are like, Don't allow me in government.
I mean, I've heard a lot of our elders express, like, I know how I'm slowing down, and I cannot imagine being president of the United States, so that doesn't particularly surprise me.
Now I'm going to give you what they say the number should be. You ready? This is interesting. So they ask, should you be banned at age 50?
Yeah. This conversation is boring and stupid because the only thing that matters is whether or not you're capable of doing the job physically. The only not boring part about this is how stupid fucking 3/4 of the country are who think there should be a maximum age limit for politicians. Go fuck yourselves, all of you.
8% said yes, which is like 8% too many. That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
Really? Like, what?
50.
My grandfather is almost dead right now. Literally can't walk on his own or play chess anymore. And he'd be a much better president than Joe Biden. So fuck each and every one of you, okay?
Nah, you're no.
50, really?
What are you, 50? Are you like Gen X? Are you...
If you're 50 right now, you're probably Gen X. Yeah, you're probably Gen X.
Okay.
Age 60, 26%.
I might support just banning all Gen Xers. I like the old ones. Keep the silent Gen.
Yep. Crystal going mask off here. She's pretending she's joking, but she actually is an authoritarian monster. In my view, naturally, everything I say on my channel is fucking obviously my opinion. And I should never need to say that to anybody ever.
That's fine. But maybe get rid of the Gen X.
Honestly, silent Gen is sometimes a little yikesy.
Well, they can go eat
Everybody can go either way, you fucking dumbass. Obviously.
their way. They're either the best, like Bernie,
True.
or the worst. Yeah.
I'm not as biased against Gen X as you are.
Really?
I've had plenty of lovely experiences with Gen X.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was gonna say what my biggest bias is against, but I'm not gonna say anything. So, at age 70, this was the highest number. 40% say at age 70 it should be banned.
I just feel like all the Gen X politicians.
Don't be a coward, Kyle. Say which age group you're most racist against. Bitch.
Are like Beto.
So, at age 70, this was the highest number. 40% say at age 70 it should be banned.
I just feel like all the Gen X politicians are like Beto. I think my issue is less with the generation as
It's
a
with
whole.
Beto and Mayor Pete.
It's
That's
like
who you hate.
Beto and Mayor
Yeah, that's who you
Pete.
hate.
I'm
By the way, I'm
you all
totally
like
with you on that.
are the worst.
Yeah.
And that's or like Comp.
Yeah, Beto, Mayor Pete, and Kamala are absolutely terrible people. Yes, that's true. But there's plenty of people that age that aren't. So again, it's boring. This conversation is boring and stupid.
She's probably Gen X. That's the vibe.
Yeah, Kamala's
That's the
probably
vibe
Gen X.
from the Gen X politicians. I mean, or
Hey,
like
look.
Marco Rubio.
You're making me flip here. You're making a strong case. No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
I feel like to me, Beto is the classic Gen X politician. He's like riding a skateboard.
These are just people who wish they knew how to be comedians or had the balls to do so, but they don't. One of those, I don't know which of those two things or whether it's both, but it's one of those two things, bare minimum.
That was like, oh my god, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then
That's where my bias comes from, just to explain that it's
And
not a blanket hatred of all Gen X.
I have heard other people say who are Gen Xers be like, he was in a band. Anyway, so but then you have at age 80, it's 18% say they should be that should be the maximum age limit. Age 90, 2%. So the biggest, it says 70 should be the cutoff, really. 70 should be the cutoff.
Yeah, that's fucking insane, dog. That is absolutely insane. Okay? What we should do is make everybody live to at least 1,000 years old, step one. And step two, raise the minimum age to become president to like 40 or something. Or no. lower the minimum age to become president to 30 and raise the voting age to 30 also. That's what I'd like. Let's do that. Everybody in favor? Everybody opposed?
Wipes out all of House Democratic leadership. I think literally.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think Schumer would be the youngest one, right? And he's not 65.
Well, I said House. I'm not sure about the Senate.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, House,
How old is Chuck Schumer?
Pelosi, Clyburn, like, yeah, these people are all...
Chuck Schumer's 71, so
Sorry.
it's all of them. So anyway, all right, so let's talk a little bit about this. First of all, I'm surprised by how high this number is. I really am.
I'm kind of not, but it's
Really?
Oh, well, this is insane. Hola.
So I'm definitely working on my homework still.
Hi. Because you've been ignoring it for a minute.
Well, since I interrupted class, I have to teach myself the stuff that I have to do for my homework and stuff.
Which you normally wouldn't have to do. Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm still working on it. But it gives me a good chance to get the laundry done, so I'm not tripping about it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
I don't really need the keys or anything, so.
Hi. Do you have the card? I'm not planning to go anywhere except to eat, so if you need anything, I'll be here.
Okay. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yes, it took me a very long time to get set up, but I did just recently start my stream, and I am very much enjoying myself. I'm 4 minutes and 11 seconds into this Kyle Kalinske video that I've been reacting to, and I've been doing a very good job of pausing every few seconds. It's very easy, actually, if you just pause it every time they make you feel some type of way at all. Yeah.
That's good.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm gonna go back to work.
Hi.
I'm glad you're getting good at the thingy so that you can help me.
Yes. Such an important skill.
Oh, teamwork.
Desune?
Teamwork.
Desune?
Okay. See you later.
Yay, arimasu. Love Desu, love TV. I shall return, ladies and gentlemen, even though there's no one watching. In case you rewind and hear this, I shall return shortly, probably in 20 or 30 minutes. I have to go eat brunch. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave my stream running for the hell of the fun, yo. The hell of the fun.
paycheck?
73% is a lot.
I'm also not really buying the numbers though, because at the same time that you have 73% saying this, you will.
Yeah, the numbers are fake, but bias is priced in. So, like, we would have to get like a Republican in office again and then do this poll again to see, like, but it would probably average out to something similar, but it would still tell us a lot. But yeah, definitely the numbers are fake, but the bias is priced in. So how fake are the numbers really, Crystal? Not fake enough. Not fake enough at all. People are far too pro-banning. No one believes in freedom of expression anymore. And barely no one ever did. Barely anyone, I should say.
To have, you know, a majority of Democrats like, yeah, let's go with Biden and Trump again. I mean, that's what we're going to end up with. So the way that people feel about this and then the way they actually act and vote, I think it's very different.
So that's partly true. I think the point you're missing, though, is if it were to come up for a vote, the majority of the country would actively want it to pass.
Mm-hmm.
Which means they do kind of still believe it. I mean, you're right that they're hypocrites in that they say, well, the old politician I like is cool.
Right.
But if there was an actual vote on this, which there's not going to be, because these are all old gremlins anyway, who are Democrats right in front of us, right? Yeah, but so it's not going to happen, but people would actively support it. But we've had this conversation before on air, but I'm going to ask you, what do you think about
No,
this?
I don't support it. I'm not sure I support any limits on who can be president. What I support is more...
Now that's a much more interesting point to consider. I would be open to an argument that there shouldn't be a lower age limit on who can become president. Although that's a much more interesting and harder debate than whether or not there should be. I mean, there should be no debate whatsoever over whether or not there should be an upper age limit. There simply shouldn't be. But for a lower age limit, you know, even a mature young person can be severely lacking in experience, potentially. I don't know. There's more nuance that goes into that debate. You could probably get me to the side of there should be no age limits whatsoever. That certainly used to be my position. But yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, there probably shouldn't be any age limits on voting either. But there should be more limitations imposed to make it so that only a certain level of quality of people are voting. We already do that, but barely at all, and it sucks because we don't. Also, complete and utter voting transparency using paper ballots and live counting is the only way that this country can survive, let alone any other problems that it's having.
Democratic, small d democratic means of evaluating candidates and their capabilities. So being required, for example, to engage in public debates, being required to take, you know, questions from the press, including the hostile press, those sorts of things, so voters have more of an ability to assess the competence and the capability of the candidates. That's what I'm in favor of. But no, I don't really support term limits. I don't support age limits. I don't support age minimums. I think that if you really believe in democracy, people should have the choice of what kind of candidates they want to put in office. And if at the moment they feel like Joe Biden at 90 years old is their best freaking choice, it's kind of a sad state of affairs, but I accept that.
I mean, I find that interesting because I feel like you have a consistent standard, which most people don't have.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've struggled to develop a consistent standard when talking about issues like this because I don't really have a problem with like that lower age limit. You know what I'm saying? Which means in principle I'm open to an age limit. So if you put one on the lower end, why wouldn't you put one on the top end? You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
But I will admit,
because the lower end of something and the upper end of something aren't just the same thing, Kyle. You fucking retard. Like, I know that you know that if you take a second to stop and think about it, but Jesus fucking Christ, man, take a second to stop and think about it next time without just saying it.
You know, honestly, I think it just stems from a status quo bias of my own on this issue.
Yeah.
That, like, right now we have a minimum age limit. So I'm like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
We don't have an upper age limit. I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with us not having an upper age limit, you know?
Right. Like, I think if they were right now, if there had never been an age limit, and they were going to, I mean, at the bottom end, and they were going to institute one, I think you'd be opposed to it.
You think so?
I do. If they were like,
You can't have a 13-year-old running the country.
you have to have enough faith in people that they're not going to vote for a freaking 13-year-old. That's what it comes down to, is you, actually, have faith in the democratic process, and that's why I support requiring more.
Yes, you could have a 13-year-old running the country. I could have done it when I was 13. But do I think I could have won the general election when I was 13 years old? No, not without a tremendous amount of support.
Democracy, so there's more ability to evaluate these candidates whether they're really up to the task.
See, but there are limits to that. Like, my general love of democracy is in agreement with you, but I understand the downsides of it. Like, that's the whole reason why the idea of a constitution exists, because if you leave everything open to a democratic vote, sometimes not only will the people get it wrong, they'll get it fucking wildly wrong. Like, there are polls that show people want to be able to regulate speech. Like, you should be locked up if you say something that's super offensive. On that front, people are just wrong because they want to democratically take away people's rights. By the same token, if in 1959 you took a vote in Mississippi, the overwhelming majority would say, yeah, we need segregation. Segregation's the way it works.
Yeah, but but protecting a right is different from what we're talking about here.
LOL.
In fact,
No, it is not different from what you're talking about here. It is the same exact thing, Crystal.
I think I'm protecting the rights of the 80-year-olds to be able to seek elected
I'm
office.
just trying to make the point that you have to temper your democracy is the only thing argument, because it's not. There's other things that really matter that you're balancing here, like term limits, for example. You wrote up term limits. I'm way more torn on term limits than you are, because the idea of a term limit is, look, if we mandate you can only be in for a certain amount of time, what you're doing is you're protecting against somebody from doing the ultimately corrupt thing and staying in there for their life. So even though you are, by definition, doing something undemocratic by saying there's a term limit, in a weird way, you're actually also protecting democracy by saying this person's never going to become a dictator.
Right, but on the other hand, how do you feel about FDR?
I think it's pretty hot.
Right.
This person's never going to become a dictator.
Right, but on the other hand, how do you feel about FDR?
I think he's pretty hot.
Right. Same.
Pretty sexy. You know what I'm saying?
I just
You're such a hypocrite, Kyle. And you're right, Kyle. You don't have beliefs. You don't have consistent beliefs. You're right, Kyle, you don't.
very strongly on the side of people decide.
Is enjoying getting better at such a skill. One is already good at it to begin with, you see, but getting better is super fun.
Of course. Ooh, the vape is here. One shall hit such a thing before they leave.
Hee that's cheap.
It's the time. Excuse me,
I just have to find a lightning cord.
Remember.
I remembered earlier, but only after today. it's actually turned out to be a much more interesting video than I thought. The Kyle Kalinske video, because it's a clip from his show that he does with his girlfriend.
Okay.
Where they debate. It's a very sort of cringy, low-key debate, but they do actually debate age limits for politicians.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't know, halfway through a little bit more than halfway through the video. It actually finally got interesting. It was so boring and retarded in the beginning, but it got pretty interesting actually recently. So.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's not boring your face off.
Yeah. Because upper age limits are boring as fuck because they're just obviously dumb.
Upper age limits?
Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, they're kind of useless because if you're too old, you won't get elected anyway.
Well, I mean, well, you could if enough people vote for you.
Okay, so you're saying you think they're dumb because there's no one who's too old to be the president?
I think it's retarded to have age be the standard. I think the physical capacity to execute the functions of the job should be the only criteria as far as an upper age limit is concerned.
I guess so. Anyway, what's your point?
Well, it's much more interesting when you talk about lower age limits because we have a law that you can't run for president unless you're at least 35.
Mm-hmm. So, what? One of them thinks it's too high, too low, one of them thinks it's fine, what?
Well, I wasn't even talking about what they were saying about it yet. I was just talking about
The concept itself is more interesting.
far more interesting.
So they were spending the first half up until now talking about the upper age limit. Is that what you're saying?
Right, and then now not only have they been talking about the lower age limit now, but they also. It's just interesting to watch someone talk about both the upper and lower age limit because it reveals a lot about how they think.
Watching one person talk about both?
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Because, well, I'm going to replay the video later with you so you can understand. These are your headphones, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just moved them next to the tablet there.
Are you going to eat? So you don't need these?
Correct.
Cool.
Would you like your sword? still doing your homework, right? How much progress have you made?
So originally I had a jazz assignment due and 2 micro and 1 macro economics assignment due.
Yeah.
And I finished the jazz and I'm on the first micro. I got a 90 on the jazz.
Nice.
And I finished the micro, on the micro, I'm like halfway through it, the first one.
Okay.
So that I still have another micro quiz, then I have a micro quiz and a macro quiz.
So you have to finish your assignment you're working on for micro, and then you have two economy quizzes, economics quizzes, 1 micro and 1 macro, and then you're finished with your homework?
For today,
Just for today.
Yeah, I have like a reading assignment and a reflection or something. There's like 2 assignments I have to get done, and I have to print out something for jazz. Not jazz, acting.
Well, when did those things do?
The next day after the day these are due, so probably on Monday night, I think. I can't remember. I have to look at the due date on my phone.
Okay.
On my tablet. I should just do that now. Yeah. They're due on Monday night. We have 2 assignments due on Monday night, but I just have, the first assignment is just reading a thingy. I don't have to like write anything. But she wants us to come to class with notes and questions. I'm sure that means mostly if we have any, but she's gonna ask us about the reading in class. So.
It'd be good to take at least some notes if you told me to. Well, I think you're on a good track.
I'm planning to get done I can get done her stuff on Monday.
Yeah, on Monday. That's fine.
Because it's just a reading, and the reflection is just a handful of questions reflecting back on what my experience in the first couple weeks of class.
Okay. Plus, you only have her class on Monday anyway.
Exactly.
So
So as soon as I get out of her class on Monday,
for homework,
yeah,
and you'll be completely caught up with schoolwork for at least that day. Okay.
But the way I'm planning to do this homework, I won't even walk into classes, my micro classes, like feeling, and I'm already not walking into my jazz class feeling like I'm fucked up so much, because I got a 90 on the little, it was a quiz, a 17-question quiz that we had to do today, and I got a 90 on it, even though I basically missed half of the classes so far. No. Stay week 3 or week 2, or is this week? I think it's week 3. So I've missed 2 classes. I think I've been to 4 and I missed 2.
Okay.
I think that's where we're at. But anyway, so I missed the last 2 classes and I got a 90. So I'm feeling okay. And
that was in economics. Macro or micro?
No, that was in jazz.
In jazz.
But I have missed the last 2 classes in macro and micro. So I have a quiz that I have to do for both of them today. So we're about to see. Well, that's obviously something that's weighing heavily on you. So yeah,
when you get to the other side of that rainbow, you'll feel better either way.
Yeah. Okay, I will hit the vape, and then I need to go.
It's definitely
Just get my fucking work done.
because you love cheap.
Where's the busy bitch?
Yeah.
I also have to make your thumbnails. You're over here making stream after stream, so I'm already behind.
Don't even worry about it until you know how.
Yeah, no shit. And I gotta email people about getting into digital, because I know for a fact, like there's barely. We've had a handful of assignments.
Just scratched the surface
Of the and like, I know if I got into a class right now that there'd be no way I wouldn't be able to handle getting myself caught up. Like, just give me the assignments and whatever material you gave them.
No, give me all the assignments you gave them.
Yes.
And I'll get caught up on them.
Yes.
Like
by the next class or whatever.
You can tell your new teacher you were ditching class to use FA 335 to do this fucking shit on your own.
Yeah. Mhm.
So just give me the fucking assignments you gave them and any other ones you have up your sleeve.
No.
I'm not really even here for school. I'm here to learn what I need to learn for my life. That is not what these people are doing.
So, and I'd much rather spend half a day teaching myself what I would have learned in a week of class.
Oh my god. When you're already gonna get a 90% on whatever the fuck they were doing. Anyway.
I don't need the extra 10. Oh, I still haven't hit the thing.
Because you're coonily and cheapily bad.
I don't need that extra 10%. I don't want to be a hard-minded that bad.
No,
I want to.
Yeah, the marginal value is not worth the marginal effort.
No. It's not.
Because it's always the case that for that last 10% to climb those last 10 percentile ranks of something, you're gonna invest fucking 80 to 90% of the total energy that it took from to get to 0 to 100. Whereas if you just cool with stopping at like 80 or 90% and then moving on to a new thing.
You won't kill yourself
you
to get that last.
Yes, instead of outputting fucking 80 or 90%, you're only outputting 10 or 20%.
Then you can do a lot more in general.
Yeah. So there's literally a thing for it. It's called the 80-20 rule.
80-20 rule.
Yeah. It's a concept that with pretty much anything, if you're a really smart, generally capable person, you can quickly figure out how to do it like 80% as well as an expert with like 20% of the effort that they put in-ish. Or even less.
Because it's the last 80% that gives you them the better 20%.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm learning that right now in Photoshop because I'm trying to learn the last 80% to get that better 20%. Because that's what I want on my brand.
Yeah.
And that's industry standard, is having professional level work on your thumbnail.
Well, but there's I think that you still look professional at the 80% mark. You just don't look as nice.
Well, then I guess the problem is I'm still not at the 80% mark either.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But because you've only been doing it a couple days, okay?
Yeah.
Cut yourself some slack. You haven't gone 20% yet.
No.
Definitely. Taking a fucking class on it for a semester and working on it in your time off for all semester would be like 20%.
Yes, that's just how intensive a thing it is in itself.
Right.
People legit spend 10 years learning how to do it.
Yes. So one semester and doing it in your personal time, that's a bargain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But obviously, I'm going to do it for more than one semester.
Yeah, no shit. But I'm just saying you would be at that, around that 80% mark by then, probably. But I fully respect you. I'm not, I'm already in the 90-something percentile of chess players on chess.com, and that's certainly not enough for me, or even close.
Yeah. Okay. You found another box?
I had one squirreled away, just like I had 2 of the charge packs squirreled away.
Nice.
My chess set briefcase, you see.
Mm-hmm.
She cheaply hit the vape.
Taught myself, well, I didn't really teach myself, but I kind of did, I guess. Yeah. Watched my teacher's video on equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
So I learned how to calculate the equilibrium of supply and demand of a product. Equilibrium's supply and demand of a product.
Well, that's awesome. She's teaching you about equivalent exchange.
Yeah. It's fun.
It is. It's fun to have terminology, scientific terminology, to refer to all these really fundamental concepts that you always intuitively know but can't describe.
Yeah.
Just makes you more of who you are.
Okay.
Knowledge is a drug, DJ. It even fucks up your brain.
I wonder if there are any products at equilibrium right now. I'm sure there are some, but I just wonder how long. It probably never stays that way.
Remind me what the economic definition of equilibrium is.
It's when the demand for something, for a product, is equal to the supply.
No, by definition, that will never ever happen.
Okay.
I mean, equality is just not possible.
Okay, well, however the closest you can get with possibility. I wonder who is there. And I bet that's like a fleeting moment, like it only lasts for a short period of time.
Of course.
And then it breaks down, and then you know, everyone's like...
I mean, by definition, because in order for it to be possible, you have to set the window to a certain diameter, and so then however long it stays within that range would be however long it lasts for.
Anyway, alright, move on. What? It's good.
See you soon.
Our city... Reconnaissance...
There's a democratic process to actually be able to evaluate this person, so you don't have like a Dianne Feinstein situation where she's just like protected
That was
for
my
life.
counter argument.
And
Yeah, there has to be an evaluation process. But it would be a very fascinating debate to explore who gets to set up that evaluation process and what criteria would it need to measure in order to be a good evaluation process. Of course, the inability to agree on things like that is the reason such a thing doesn't currently exist. So, the closest we have is the lower age limit of 35 years of age to run for president.
you know, doesn't even know where she is anymore. But the way they're able to do that is because she doesn't have to face the public at all. She doesn't have to do public debates.
See, on this, I think I'm just a little more pessimistic than you, because I think even if she was forced to face the public, she might still fucking win. And then people are democratically choosing somebody who's dying.
I mean, if you realistically think that we're in danger of, like, nominating and making a 13-year-old president, then I think we have bigger problems than, like, the age limits in our constitution.
Alex Jones amassed millions of viewers.
Yeah, but he's not president.
But he amassed millions of viewers. My point is,
okay, well,
sometimes
should we
Donald Trump became
Alex
president.
Jones off the internet then? Because we have to protect ourselves from the people?
Listen, you're not understanding the whole point of me making this counter-argument here. I actually agree with you on the broader point.
Oh, well. Actually, your girlfriend is just wrecking you, son. You're being intensely cognitively dissonant, my brother. But hopefully one day you'll learn from your wiser and, I assume, older girlfriend.
It would create more problems than it would solve if you put in an upper term limit thing, but I just don't think these arguments are all that persuasive to somebody who might disagree.
Like, I don't want to be denied the opportunity to vote for Bernard Sanders at 104 years old. If those are my options, I would vote for, okay. That's what I think of.
LOL. That was like a yikesy take to Kyle. What she just said. He was like, he made like a yikes dog face. Giga cringe.
That is, and that's why I think the responses are not really true, because I guarantee you, if you asked these people, like, if it's a hardcore Republican, like, okay, well, then are you gonna, like, say I'm not gonna vote for Trump at 80? I'd rather have...
They're hypocrites, I got you.
Yeah,
that's the point you made. That's the point I agree with. There's no doubt about that.
Can be of great benefit.
No, not just
Our
that they're
people
hypocrites,
await
but
your
that
decree.
anyone who says there should be an upper age limit is just wrong.
What I say is don't...
I feel like people should have the full range of options and don't constrain who's able to run and sort it out in the democratic process.
I agree, but don't pretend like there aren't colossal fucking downsides to how we do it now, because, like, half of these motherfuckers in Washington, D.C., like, their noses are falling off their face and their hands are black because they're disintegrating right in front of our... Remember the thing with Mitch McConnell? His hand was turning black?
Right.
Like, their brains are not working.
Yeah,
and then also, wait, hold on one second.
Yeah.
You have technology, right, is a big issue in today's world, and you got a whole bunch of idiots who don't even know how to turn on a goddamn computer who are deciding things for the future.
It's clear to me that the problem in Washington is that they're old.
No, it's the corruption. Yes, of course.
So it's not like the young ones are better. Like, it really...
Yeah, Kyle, you're not even making an argument right now. Like, you're like, oh, they're rotting corpses. Look, we can literally see their corpses rotting in front of our faces. But, like, that doesn't matter. Can they or can they not do the jobs that they've been elected to do, or that they will be elected to do? That is the only thing that should matter. Truly, that is the only thing that should matter. The only thing that does actually matter. Objectively. other than the things people hallucinate about and force to matter artificially.
In some ways they are.
You'll get candidates who just run like Pete did this. He's like generational change, and all he wanted was the same thing.
But I'm younger.
I'm younger.
Right.
And I fucking hate that.
Me too. That's
it's
terrible.
stupid. So it's just I don't think that the
It is very, very weak to run on, I'm younger than you. That's like, I also fucking hate Pete Buttigieg for that absolute nonsense, bullshit, stupidity. But what do you expect? Just look at him. Plus, he's a Democrat.
problem in Washington is the fact that they're old. I think the problem is that they're corrupt and their ideology sucks.
Okay, I think the problem is that they're corrupt, that their ideology sucks, but there is still another issue, which is they don't know what the fuck's going on because they're 1 trillion years old and they're not even up on the basic shit that they need to be up on. Like, think of these judges on courts who, like, if the Supreme Court, here's a case.
Kyle, you're just ass mad about the Supreme Court being conservative now. That's really what's going on here, isn't it? So you're just post hoc justifying your own ass madness at Republicans and conservatives for, let's be real, their perpetual and in perpetuity into the future dominance over you politically and just in general. And yeah, it's lonely out there when the only thing you're right about is drug legalization. Ain't it, Kyle? I don't know what else to say. I think I had some other gems in there, but they just got overwhelmed by each other. You know what I mean?
That involves, like, internet security or privacy or some shit. Like, there's no way they're gonna get it right.
Sure.
They don't know how to work. Remember the hearing? Facebook hearing, remember that? Where they were asking the questions like, I can't log into my Twitter, Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. What's the problem with your site?
But again, is the reason they haven't taken on big tech that they're old and don't understand it? No. The reason is because they're corrupt. That's the problem.
Crystal, we agree. You keep...
No. No, you don't agree. That's why you keep spurging out. And then she keeps trying to remind you that, Kyle, you're saying crazy, ridiculous things right now and you're spurging out. But actually, in your heart of hearts, you should agree with what I'm saying instead of spurging out. And Kyle's like, no, obviously we agree. Of course we agree. Of course. But spurg. Shut the fuck up, Kyle. Listen to your wiser and I assume older girlfriend.
Bringing up things that we agree on. All I'm trying to do is make the point that...
Crystal, when are you going to propose to Kyle? I mean, don't you ever want to have a wife, Crystal?
There's a reason why 73% feel the way they feel.
Sure.
I disagree with them, but I understand why they feel like, you know, I turn on the TV and somebody who's like 98 years old is barely making coherent sentences, and it's like, might be time to wrap it up, son. That's the other thing, like, pull up.
Kyle. Dude. Yeah, it might be time to wrap it up, son. But in the context of this debate that you're having with your fucking girlfriend, bro. Cringe. This is like... You're arguing for extreme authoritarian position right now. You absolute piece of shit. Jesus Christ, Kyle. You're becoming more and more like an authoritarian Nazi communist every fucking day. And I hate to see it. I hate to see it. It hurts me.
See, go away. Nobody fucking wants you here anymore. Mm-hmm. Like, and that's not true, by the way. Her district does want her there. But, like, yeah, when you look at her approval rating in the country, what is it, like 20-something%? Like, are you kidding me? They just go away. And these dinosaurs who are there for as long as they are there, I think they do make a decent argument for term limits, which is why I'm more torn on term limits than you are.
Yeah, but
because it's like, go. I'd even rather have somebody who's equally as corrupt as you
said, though, for, it's not all downsides.
Why, Kyle? Why would you rather have someone who's equally corrupt, but just not them? Is it because you see yourself as equally corrupt or potentially equally corrupt to them, and you simply want the power for yourself? Aha! I think that's what it is. Good luck proving me wrong, Kyle. Good luck. I invite you to do so, though.
As you get older, there is a wisdom.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
And having experience in the position is a real thing as well. So there are advantages to being.
LOL. Crystal Ball. Hey, Kyle, wisdom and experience, pretty based. Pretty awesome, right? Kyle. I don't know, Doc. Seems like a pretty yikes position to me. Crystal. LOL. Hurry up and marry this man, Crystal. I mean, you do need a wife, right?
An outsider.
Adam, so on.
There are also, there is a knowledge and experience base that, if wielded properly, can be useful and helpful. But at bottom, as we do.
Kyle says, knowledge and experience.
Agree on. The problem is not their age. The problem is not their demographic characteristics. The problem is not which generation they come.
Kyle says, my knowledge and experience, of course. My knowledge and experience, yes, of course. But, no, Donald Trump's nothing. Joe Biden's nothing. Supreme Court knowledge and experience. Knowledge and experience, you bro. Knowledge and experience.
The problem is their corruption.
Yeah, ultimately, I ain't letting you fuckers take Bernie Sanders from me. I'm not. The Grim Reaper's gonna have to take Bernie Sanders from me. That's the bottom line on that. So I do.
LOL. Okay, you're right. So Kyle finally finished processing maybe 15 or 20% of his cognitive dissonance, and also realized that his girlfriend is legit getting upset for 2 seconds. So he manages to throw in a little shield of oh no, I'm not actually saying all the things I've been saying this whole time, but it's very weak nonetheless.
I do agree with you overall, but I also think I'm surprised by how big the number is, but I wouldn't have been surprised by, let's say, 55% or 60%. That's it, yeah. But you're right. Ultimately, now to make your argument, it's people know something's really, really, really wrong in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
But it's I don't think they can really put their finger on exactly what it is.
Now to make your argument. Right. Oh, the correct argument, Kyle? You want to hurry up and end on making the correct argument to try to not look like the gigantic fucking loser that you objectively looked like in this video? Alright, bro. But your channel's hitting a wall, huh? Okay. Alright, bro.
It's almost like any idea you throw at them, how about this? They'll be like, yeah, let's do that. It's different.
Yeah. I am more in favor of term limits and age limits and whatever for positions that are not elected, that I'm thinking Supreme Court justices. So to say,
right,
okay,
yeah.
You're done at 70 or you're done at 60.
I think that's a no-brainer. I would do it.
That's a totally different.
I would do it 5 years or 10 years.
Oh, to her that's a totally different thing. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right. So, nope. Now, all of a sudden, we're back to Crystal being an authoritarian piece of shit. And we see why they love each other, They're both authoritarian pieces of shit together, except I assume she's older, and she is obviously wiser than him. But that's just not a very high bar, not a very impressive standard to have to meet. Sorry to tell you, Crystal. Kyle, do better. Not better than Crystal, I mean, just do better at life. Do better at you. Do better at the truth. Actually speak the truth instead of what you're doing. Oh, yeah, and just to reiterate it one more time, you're both fucking authoritarian, nightmare fucking monster communists, fascists, okay? communo-fascists. I don't care what the fuck you call yourselves. You're both communists and fascists. Because you're authoritarian monsters. Demonstrably authoritarian monsters. As you've demonstrated in this video 2 seconds ago, when you said that of course it makes sense to kick out Supreme Court justices after they're a certain age, even though you think there shouldn't be age limits for any type of running for president. See, bullshit like that makes me want to overreact and say, like, no, you should have to be 50 before you can even vote for who becomes president. But, you know, it is what it is.
With the political cycle, you know? But, yeah. And there was polling before, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it was the same deal. Like, basically every single reform you proposed to the Supreme Court, people were like, yeah, do that.
And it was huge numbers
majority
on that front, yeah. So, if you want to see me...
Yeah, that's why the Supreme Court exists in the first place. People are dumb, and they need someone else to tell them what's right and wrong, because they don't know how to do it for themselves, because they're dumb and unwise. Right? Dumb includes unintelligent and unwise, which they are both often, most of the time. So. And we finally made it through that fucking goddamn video, bro.
Are you going to eat? You don't need these? Cool. Originally I had a jazz assignment due the jazz and on macro quiz. One micro and one macro, and then you're finished with your homework. For today, there's I have like a reading assignment and a reflection or something. There's like 2 assignments I have to get done, and like I have to print out something for jazz. Not jazz, acting. When did those things do? The next day after the day these are due, so probably on Monday. And I have to look at the due date on my phone. I'm gonna have to look. I don't have to like. The reflection is Saturday. So the way I'm planning to do this homework, I won't even watch this. I got 90 on the little missed half of the classes. I've missed 2 classes. I think I've been to 4 and I missed 2 classes and I got a 90. So but I have. Well, that's obviously something. I'm in debate and then making the work from the else. I email people about it. And like, I know. Give me all the assignments you gave them. Yes. And I'll get caught up on them. Yes. Like by the next class or wherever. On your. Oh. Yeah. So just give me the fucking assignments you gave them and any other ones you have up your sleeve. I'm not really even here for school. I'm here to learn what I need to learn for my life. That is not what these people are doing. When you're already gonna get a 90% on whatever the fuck. don't need that extra 10%. I don't want to be over by that. I want to.
Yeah, the marginal value is not worth the marginal effort.
No. It's not.
Of something to get to 0 to 100.
You won't kill yourself
Yeah,
just
you
to
won't.
get that last.
Yes, instead of outputting fucking 80 or 90%, you're only outputting 10 or 20%.
You can do a lot more in general.
Yeah. So there's literally a thing for it. It's called the 80-20 rule.
80-20 rule.
Yeah. The concept that with pretty much anything, if you're a really smart, generally capable person, you can quickly figure out how to do it like 80% as well as an expert, with like 20% of the effort that they put in, ish, or even less.
Because it's the last 80% that gives you them the better 20%.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm learning that right now in Photoshop because I'm trying to learn the last 80% to get that better 20%. Because that's what I want on my brand. And that's industry standard, is having professional level work on your thumbnail.
Well, but there's I think that you still look professional at the 80% mark. You just don't look as nice.
Then I guess the problem is I'm still not at the 80% mark either.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But because you've only been doing it a couple days, okay?
Yeah.
Cut yourself some slack. You haven't gone to 20% yet.
No.
Definitely. Taking a fucking class on it for a semester and working on it in your time off for all semester would be like 20%.
Yes, that's just how intensive a thing it is in itself.
Right.
People legit spend 10 years learning how to do it.
Yes. So one semester and doing it in your personal time, that's a bargain. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to do it for more than one semester.
Yeah, no shit. But I'm just saying you would be at that. Around that 80% mark by then, probably. But I fully respect you. I'm not, I'm already in the 90-something percentile of chess players on chess.com, and that's certainly not enough for me, or even close.
Yeah. Okay. You found another box?
I had one scroll away, just like I had two of the chargebacks scroll away.
Nice.
My chess set briefcase, you see. GG bladed to me. Super fascinating watching the replay of this.
I just taught myself well. I didn't really teach myself, but I kind of did, I guess.
Yeah.
Watched a bit my teacher's video on equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
So I learned how to calculate the equilibrium of supply and demand of a product. Equilibriums, supply and demand of a product.
Well, that's awesome. You know, she's teaching you about equivalent exchange.
Yeah. It's fun.
It's fun to have terminology, scientific terminology, to refer to all these really fundamental concepts that you always intuitively know but can't describe.
Yeah.
Just makes you more of who you are.
Okay.
Knowledge is a drug, DJ. It even fucks up your brain.
I wonder if there are any products at equilibrium right now. I'm sure there are some, but I just wonder how long. It probably never stays that way.
Providing what the economic definition of equilibrium is. Forever after.
Okay. And I imagine it's like a fleeting moment, like it only lasts.
I've just said the winter lasts.
Anyway, alright, move on.
Our city. Reconnaissance.
As a democratic process to actually be able to evaluate this person, so you don't have like a Dianne Feinstein situation where she's just like protected or like
argument.
And
Yeah, there has to be an evaluation process. But it would be a very fascinating debate to explore who gets to set up that evaluation process and what criteria would it need to measure in order to be a good evaluation process. Of course, the inability to agree on things like that is the reason such a thing doesn't currently exist. So, the closest we have is the lower age limit of 35 years of age to run for president.
Doesn't even know where she is anymore. But the way they're able to do that is because she doesn't have to face the public at all. She doesn't have to do public debates.
See, on this, I think I'm just a little more pessimistic than you, because I think even if she was forced to face the public, she might still fucking win. And then people are gonna choosing somebody else and dying.
I look better than I feared I would look. I'm very happy with the way that I present myself. This is going to be a very lucrative thing. But more importantly, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to help every single person alive today, and every human that ever lives, and every human that ever lived. That's what I'm going to do. And hopefully, I'll do it forever.
If you realistically think that we're in danger of, like, nominating and making a 13...
Shut up, Crystal. You want to age limit fucking Supreme Court justices, you fucking cunt.
In Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more. Subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take $0 ad dollars for this podcast.
So I'm starting this Majority Report video 8 minutes and 58 seconds in because I watched the beginning part of it when I was at brunch, when I left the stream to eat some brunch. The title is Dave Rubin Diagnoses Sam Harris with Trump Derangement Syndrome, okay? So we only have a few minutes left in the video, maybe like 8 or so. 7, I guess. But we'll see how it goes from here. I do not have the stomach to re-listen to Sam Cedar, okay? You should admire me for having the stomach to listen to him at all, given how disgusting of a person he is.
A monopoly of authority to the government. They have no problem with giving corporations monopoly of authority over what we say, because in the only way you can inhibit...
Okay. Sam? I don't know who you're talking about, but it isn't me. Alright? And that's not what my Republican Party is about, and that's not true of my Republican Party. Okay? So, just putting that on the table. Sam Cedar.
That from happening is to not allow them to have a monopoly, because you cannot have the government go in and they would be against...
Yes, I'm also anti-monopoly. Next.
This in a moment. If the government started to regulate and say, you cannot have a social media platform and disallow anything.
Sam, that's a ridiculous straw man. Disallow anything? No one is saying that. But keep attacking those straw men, bro. This is why people don't like you, though, right? This is why you're not as popular as you want to be, not as successful as you want to be, not as good of a representative for your own values and for the left as you would like to be, quite frankly.
The idea that the government could come in and say, as soon as the valuation for Facebook tanks, and the valuation for Google tanks, and the valuation for all of these companies tank, these right-wingers would be like, whoa, wait a second. And they would tank. Because if they were full of, let's say...
LOL. Oh, so when you said anything, you meant any opinion? Well, of course people shouldn't be telling you who you can and can't have on your platform However, that only applies to the people that have the power to tell you who you can and can't have on your platform. Everybody who doesn't have the actual power to determine, personally themselves determine, who a platform is or is not legally allowed to have on their platforms, should actively be pressuring platforms to allow everybody, every single kind of opinion onto their platform, short of speech that is already illegal in this country. It's really very simple. It's kind of like the First Amendment, okay? But it's much, much bigger than that. It's called free speech. It's called freedom of expression. And it matters a great deal. Ironically, though, see, this is a good question. What do I think is more important? Freedom of speech or accurately counting the vote? Well, now that I think about it, it's not a toughie at all. Freedom of speech is definitely more important than accurately counting the vote. However, it's funny that that's true, because accurately counting the vote is like practically the most important thing. You know, it's one of the most important things you could possibly think of, especially in this country. And the fact that one of my opinions that I'm silenced for is that I think we need to immediately switch to an election system in which there is all paper ballots, all cast on election day, all live counted by hand, by people. Live streamed live counting of paper ballots by actual people, with complete camera continuity from the creation of the ballots to after the election, for the entire public and for the permanent public record. Like, how is that not the most basic and bare minimum? Like, if you want to quibble about whether or not all the ballots have to be cast on election day, to me, that's the range of debate that is acceptable. Okay? That's what you're dealing with when you fuck with me. Okay?
Calls for pedophilia. Calls for the elimination of Jews, let's say. If they became the cesspools that they would have them become, people would just leave. People would just leave. And they would go to a platform where they could go and not have to see that kind of stuff. And then the problem would replicate itself. But that's not, their agenda is not to have freedom of expression, or to not be
That is not true. Sam, that is not true. I wonder what he would fucking say to me. I bet it would be some utterly nonsensical bullshit. Just like what Michael said to me when he was still alive.
Excluded from the town hall. Their agenda is to make themselves feel aggrieved and to attack.
No, that is a lie. It is at least not true. My agenda, and I think the agenda of conservatives, is to protect that which we deem to be precious, okay? Which is life in general, okay? All the things we value are subsets of life itself. A conservative is someone who just loves life and doesn't want to lose it and the things that go along with it. Wants to have the things that he or she has. Is proud of having things. Is proud of who they are. These are conservative. This is what it means to be a conservative. Okay? Jesus. And you want to say, we stand for the opposite of what we stand for. Guess what, Sam? You're projecting. You're projecting your own desire to be miserable onto us. And yes, does everyone have a problem with it to some degree? Yes, of course. But still, you're projecting.
Different institutions that they can, and I guarantee you in 2 or 3 years, it'll be something different. They'll have moved on to some other thing. This is just more convenient. But
it's always about the same underlying principles, Sam. Or the same handful of underlying principles. And you know that.
Continue.
Cheney's doing everything in her power
to prevent somebody being Democratic.
It's not but there's nothing conspiracy. It's not. It was a conspiracy out in the open. But it doesn't matter if it.
Oh, also fuck Sam Harris.
It doesn't matter what part's conspiracy, what part's out in the open.
Okay, so there is a lot to unpack there, as Sam would say. So
doesn't matter what part's conspiracy, what part's out in the open. God, he reamed himself so fucking hard in that interview. It was hilarious.
First off, I want to just say something. Sam and I were friends for many years. I'm not really sure if we're friends anymore, to be quite honest with you, and it doesn't really matter, and I'm not going to attack him personally here. I'm just simply not going to do that. 7 years...
Gotta love Dave Rubin. You really gotta love Dave Rubin.
Ago this week in 2015, I think this was on September 12th, 2015, we launched the Rubin Report as this show, and as an interview show at first, and then ultimately what became this. Sam was my first guest. So he's been an integral part in, I would say, my own political evolution, as many of you know, and I wrote...
Yeah, first guest. First arch villain, too. In the Dave Rubin story arc. He plays both sides of that coin, and he seems to enjoy it immensely. He really can't possibly be satisfied with his life. Sam Harris, I mean, can't possibly be satisfied with his life if he feels the need to engage in this degree of cognitive dissonance with himself, apparently for his own amusement, and at the expense of, I don't know, everything Christopher Hitchens fucking cared about. Fuck you, you motherfucker.
About it, don't burn this book. You know, Sam on Real Time with Bill Maher when he got into that fight with Ben Affleck, as Sam was calmly talking about the difference between criticizing ideas. In this case, he was talking about ideas about religion.
Yeah, we could probably end it there. I mean, Dolly doesn't say how sad it is that Sam Harris.
He doesn't have any critique of it?
He basically, Sam's gone crazy. He's gone over into Trump derangement syndrome, unlike those other people who are making the right move, like Joe Rogan.
I'm smelling a whole lot of DDS. You know, we know what TDS is, but we don't know what DDS is. Well, DDS is Dave Derangement Syndrome. And, what's his face? Matt Leck, or whoever the fuck, is completely hopped up on DDS copium at the moment.
That's basically the video.
I mean, I think Harris actually sort of was like a little bit disturbed by the fact that he, at one point, he realized like in 2016 or 2017, like, oh my gosh, somehow the audience I've collected with my Islamophobia right now, like, I mean, that was like 7 years ago, and
Yes. spoken from the mouth of a moron, but unintentionally a great point. You see, Sam betrayed his fellow Islamophobes, his fellow sane anti-Islam atheists. He betrayed us because his hatred of Donald Trump was much more important to him than objective truth. And it is to this day. And because he betrayed us, even though he was a hero to us, there's a special place in the hell inside of each one of our hearts where we have a tiny little cell that we keep him in. And that's not, as Sam would say, that's not hyperbole, but similar to what Sam would also say, it's warranted and justified. And the power is entirely in the hands of Sam Harris himself to unlock the cage inside the hell, inside our hearts, in which he sits. It truly, truly is. But he seems to be very amused by sitting in the cage. So, until he gets over that dearth of other better amusement in his life, I suppose we'll just have to continue to suffer and watch him do the same.
But imagine if we would go back and watch that Dave Rubin, Sam Harris clip, it would be about how the massive threat that the Muslim world presents to us. That would probably be...
Hey, Sam Cedar, does the Muslim world represent a massive threat to us? Yes or no? Yes or no, Sam Cedar? Oh, it does? Is that... I'm legitimately... See, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a philosopher. So I ask people questions that... More often than not, I ask people questions that I don't know what they're going to say back to me. And the reason I would ask Sam Cedar that question is because I actually don't know what his answer would be, which says a lot about him, not in a flattering way.
I would say if I had to guess, like what the entire interview pivoted around. Now somehow that's just dissolved.
Yeah, I bet there were even caveats saying all fundamentalism is bad and religious extremism maybe a little bit.
What? Okay, I don't know what Matt is even trying to say right now, but just for the record, all fundamentalism is definitely not bad. Okay? Definitely, all fundamentalism is not bad. In fact, fundamentalism itself is inherently good, but with an extremely high potential for abuse, you see. This is a concept I'm going to have to teach the world, reteach the educated world who has uneducated itself of this lesson, even though it's inherent to all biological life forms. So, fuck you, you stupid motherfuckers. Yes, I'm talking to you, the Ivy League. Yes, that's who I'm talking to. Oh, and every state university, every fucking college graduate. Yes, all of you. Yes. Oh, and everybody that agrees with you, too, on the topic I just mentioned, which I now forget about because you made me so angry that I blacked it out.
Maybe, but I can tell you at that time that Sam Harris's speaking tour was at like I think the majority of his spots were like literally sponsored by brotherhoods of temples around the country, of Jewish synagogues. But put that aside. The bottom line is that like Harris was never anybody who's sort of like whose analysis of politics.
Yeah, let's just appeal to some quick anti-Jew sentiment real quick, shall we? Oh wait, that's a bad look. Let me move on real quick. I'm Sam Cedar. Yay!
or any of these things were either historical or contextualized in a proper way. Was there an attempt to diminish the importance of the Biden laptop? Of course. Just like there was an attempt to diminish all of Donald Trump's moves. I mean, that happens in a political campaign.
It's documented that like Facebook internally was looking at different sorts of moderation thing for right-wing extremism, and people.
Oh yeah, you gotta have some common sense censorship, right, Steph? These fucking losers, I swear.
Like Joe Kaplan, executives at Facebook, found out that actually we're in this dragnet for hate. We're picking up a bunch of like Republican candidates for Congress, so we need to pull back on moderation. This is all work in the refs, right? Like that's why they feel compelled to do it. It's not because they're secret Democrats or radicals. It's because they're worried about the perception of their company. Because
anyone censoring a motherfucker is radical as fuck. Okay, the discourse around this is 100% deranged and insane, and it has been for a while now. You know, when you say to someone, well, don't you care about the principle of freedom of speech? And their response to you is, that's not what the First Amendment is about. You're talking to a person who has taken leave of their senses. Okay, they're not operating using logic or rationality or empathy or history or intelligence. None of that. Just hindbrain lizard reaction. Stab you. Me kill you. Yay, I win. That's the level that they're operating at. Okay? So, just a heads up.
perception isn't. There's a like the idea that conservatives think that these companies are just attacking them when like Ben Shapiro camps at the top of trending list all the time, and I just think it's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy, and again, like.
Right. Everything is evidence for your position. No matter what happens, it's evidence that you're right. Right, Matt? Yeah, it is known.
It is, I think that the Hunter Biden story, I think it was completely irrelevant to Joe Biden's presidential run in many respects, but I had no problem with that getting out there any more than I did with, like, Billy Carter's,
I wonder if that's true, Sam Cedar. I wonder if you're lying to me right now. I know you lie a lot, because I've watched your show a lot. Maybe I'll go see if Stitch and Adam did an expose, because I think they did. We'll have to check. Maybe we should go check right now. No, we're like a minute away from finishing this video, so let's just finish and then go watch Stitch and Adam.
taking a pee outdoors impact, being reported on that. Yes, family members of politicians get discussed all the time. Do I think it would have made a difference in the election? No. Not.
A, you're wrong. B, you're lying. I do think that you understand the reality that it would have made a difference. And for what it's worth, Sam Harris, props to you, you fucking absolute piece of shit, for at least being honest about what a terrible person you are, in a way that this man eminently refuses to. To me, that makes you infinitely better than him, even though you're infinitely worse than, for example, myself. No offense. Or, rather, not no offense. Apologies. All due respect, Sam.
I think what happened probably made the Hunter Biden laptop a bigger story than it would have been anyway.
Without a doubt.
No. You're wrong, because the size of it and the timing of it would have changed the fucking outcome of the election. And at least Sam Harris, unlike you, has the balls to admit that. He's arguably crazier than you, but in a much, much superior way. You have the sanity of you're afraid to admit the truth. Okay, but that's an inferior type of sanity to the insanity that Sam Harris has, where he's comfortable admitting that he is a fucking monster on the level of Satan or Palpatine or Bowser from Mario.
Without a doubt. Joe Biden wasn't even in office at that time. But that's the thing that people forget. Like, he was a former vice president that no one thought at that time was going to be back into office. No one.
Yeah, like I almost feel like even like late February 2020, there was like no. He was kind of considered like dead in the water and kind of almost like a joke relative to everybody else.
Alright. Now that we've managed to finish suffering through the last portion of that video, let's go check Sitch and Adam to see if they can tell me whether or not he was just lying his fucking ass off there when I thought he might have been. Let's see here.
Download the Domino's app today.
How about no? Fuck Domino's. Trash pizza. No, it was a Sam Cedar spreads misinformation on Kyle Rittenhouse timeline. Although that would probably be really cool to watch.
Alright, let's watch this. Let's suffer through some more Sam Cedar, shall we? But first, I'm gonna listen to some music to cleanse the palate, as it were.
We have recently
A physician without a knowledge of astrology. That's the positive aspect of trade, I suppose. The world gets stirred up. If there are no dogs in heaven,
My liege, we have an envoy at our...
I like to say I... Who deserves more credit than the wife of a coal miner? Without craftsmanship,
In addition to bringing...
I thought Clay must feel happy in. I don't underrate the value of military knowledge, but if men make war in sleep, Vessels large may venture more, but little boat.
What all do you need from fuel?
I don't know. I don't know what they gave out there.
Right.
It was luxuries like air conditioning.
Can't see the bait.
Are you taking a vape? It's okay.
Okay. Go up.
strong economy.
have obtained the opportunity.
When wasteful war shall statues overturn, politics is the art of the possible, the attainable, the art of the next best.
かがある。我は日本国の武士道の信仰者、北条時宗。
Bronze is the mirror of the... Writing is easy. There is nothing but a plank between a sailor.
shampoo, not shampoo.
Did you get conditioner?
What'd you say?
Did you get the conditioner? Thank God. That's actually the more important one anyway, because regular soap does more or less the same thing shampoo does, but it does not at all do the thing conditioner does.
Mm-hmm.
So.
People who cannot find time.
Just didn't have sugar in it.
see this ginormous amount of warriors and slingers?
Oh, well. Mm-hmm.
I built these. I'm on turn 50 right now. I built all those warriors and slingers in Athens in 1 turn each.
Oh, wow. That's sick.
Uh-huh.
No wonder you have so many.
That's me. Nani is that?
Very still. It's pretty good. Okay. Are you hungry? No. That's a good point. I finished the discussion, the first assignment, and now I'm on the quizzes. 17 questions like earlier today.
For test.
Yeah.
I know you had more any questions you caught in quiz.
Might go now.
We'll just call it a test.
Really though.
Quiz is like 5 to 10 questions, bro.
But we have a test on Tuesday.
Oh, really?
So,
100, 200 questions.
some shit. I don't fucking know.
15 multiple choice. Answer that day.
Those were yummy. At the end of the day.
I didn't like it as much as you did. Too sweet.
But the whole grain didn't bother me.
The whole grain? No. Ain't no thing but chicken. Stale? Ugh. But I can deal. But too sweet? Yeah.
Okay. Let's try the fruit snack. Because I got that dinner. Like, so you like.
Did you? I like these things that just
Fruit bars.
okay.
You want to take the whole thing? 8 hours? You like those? Alright. One will get identical, one will see the difference.
I want you to try it though. You good at eating flavors?
I mean, they don't have any flavors.
Fair enough.
Or something.
Well, I know the one that I just tasted was good, so I don't have to try it out.
Orange nuts. Orange hearts.
So delicious. Still dessert.
Very true.
Energy drink is perfectly good. Energy drink.
That's good. Free Starbucks energy drinks.
Yeah. Caffeine's naturally found in our
Coffee fruit. Not coffee beans.
Yeah, right. Obviously, it was not a bean. It's a fruit.
Sometimes beans are not fruits, so maybe. Wanting to continue their homework and their laundry mission.
Yes, yes.
And hopefully get to work at some point today.
Wouldn't that be nice?
It's edible.
Teacher doesn't like it. I'll take it.
There's one more in there.
Okay. Certainly don't want you to eat it if you don't like it.
Well, if you like it more, you should totally have it.
Took a little break from political commentary to listen to some music because political commentary is shockingly exhausting.
No shit.
Especially when you actually do it the right way, because like it's very similar to the vibe of like when we're talking to each other. How like the kinds of conversations we'd be having with each other. We might say one thing, and then that makes us think of like 5 more things that we want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So then we could probably stand there and talk about those things for like some minutes, perhaps, or at least many seconds. And so, so like when you're pausing a fucking video every like 5 to 15 seconds of that video, and you're freaking, every time you do that and say something, then you're like thinking of more things related to that thing to say all of a sudden because you just said that thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a balance.
Yeah, but it's good to lean a little bit into saying the contents of your mind, because the more you do that, the less you have to worry about fair use, because, obviously it's and it feels that way too, like when you get done giving a little speech on some topic that you got triggered into because you were reacting to someone else, when you get finished with your tiny little speech or whatever, you'd be like, oh, I don't even like have to pause it the next time they say some shit, because like I just got done speaking for like a fucking minute straight, so like
that's... Sorry, I just realized why people do the headphones.
Why?
Because the TV volume was drowning out my voice on the mic.
Is that why people do headphones?
Mm-hmm. Because your mic is going to pick up the TV volume on top of what your volume.
That explains why. You can totally usually hear anyway, but that is annoying, and sometimes it gets in the way of being able to hear.
Mm-hmm. I have to have the headphones.
Are these compatible with PlayStation? Is it Bluetooth compatible?
I don't know.
Well, if it isn't, I have to get like a wired set or something.
Mm-hmm. I don't have to right now, but I don't know when the next time I'm going to stream this.
Fair enough. All better.
Apple cider vinegar beverage.
Is it as gross as it sounds?
No. Surprisingly.
Uh-huh.
So I'm drinking the whole fucking thing.
Right. Well, it's good to know that shit actually does stay in there for days if you need it to. You and your
See you soon.
Monet. If it...
体、心、魂を鍛えん者武士道なり。汝の旅はいずくにてそれをなさんや。
poets have been mysteriously silent.
My liege, we are beginning. The more specialized districts we...
We can no more have exact... From the dust to which our civilization first rose, so too shall we return. As the light of our... From the first stirrings of life beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Your mastery of the spoken word is a gift of great value, silver-tongued Pericles, leader of the Greeks. Through it, you can attract the devotion of a league of states, surrounding yourself with their glory. Establish cultural sites along the rocky shores of Greece to unite your people behind your strong governance. If all goes well, the sirens will sing of the age of Pericles.
Our city-state
I am fond of pigs. When you find yourself in a hole, quit digging.
enacting new policies in our government.
At his best, man is the noblest of all animals. No man ever wetted clay, and then... Cygni is a 250 square mile tiger trap made up on massive obelisks, riddled with jagged spears. And yes, they will cut your pretty face.
have recently...
A physician without a knowledge... Every nation lives by... I'm also interested in creating a lasting legacy, because bronze will last for thousands of years.
I'll tell you where I stand, and what I think, and what politicians I like. So you guys know the outlet Politico, right? Politico is, I mean, look, I would call it, every now and then they have stories that are important and interesting, and they get scoops because they're insiders sometimes, but really, most of the time, they're just an establishment rag, very insider-type thinking. Well, Politico has a new owner.
Politico. I know Politico as an organization that simps for Democrats and pretends to be centrist, and to some degree is centrist, but definitely simps for Democrats and against Republicans. That's how I know Politico. So what were you saying, Kyle?
A German guy. And here's the headline to this article in the Washington Post. They say Politico's new German owner has a contrarian plan for...
Sounds good. Let's see what the details are like.
American media. Matthias Döpfner, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, has global ambitions for what he calls a more non-partisan kind of journalism, even as his own politics are hard to pin down. So, I would call this like the Tim Pool school of thought.
Oh, so like being an intelligent person and a decent person? Is that what you mean when you say the Tim Pool school of thought? Or what do you mean, Kyle? What are you trying to say?
Tim Pool portrays himself as either a disaffected liberal, sometimes he does that, sometimes he says he's like a centrist, but then he also says, like, I voted for Trump and I will vote for Trump in the future.
Yep. And how does that not make sense, Kyle? Can you explain how that doesn't make sense, Kyle? Because that's how I feel too. How you just described what Tim Pool claims he feels, that's how I feel. And I've consistently been that way since 2015. January of 2015. Okay? So, if you want to know why, that's a conversation we can have. But don't just act like fucking Tim Pool is fucking ridiculous just because you don't understand him, Kyle. Okay?
There's this thing, there's this new, I don't want to call it a strategy, but there's this new niche of people who say...
It's not new, but you did your best to fucking ignore us for half a decade, and now it's getting to the point where you're no longer able to do so. And you're triggered by that. Boo fucking who.
Like, me, bro, I'm above the fray. I'm nonpartisan. I'm all about just giving the facts. But then, when you get into the specifics of what these people talk about and what they cover, it just so happens to be the case that like 90 to 95% of the time, they're beating up on the left and they're agreeing with the right. So there's this old saying that I've always loved. You are what you do.
Kyle, you're just projecting your own Democrat simping. I mean, not just. There are Republicans that just simp for Republicans uncritically, but you simp for Democrats uncritically. Yeah, I know you think you're critical. You're not. It's a joke. You're a joke.
So you might say, hey, my ideology is this or that, and in some instances it might be true, but what is the effect of the work you're doing and the stuff you cover? Because anytime you make an editorial decision, embedded in that is an ideology, whether or not you like to acknowledge it, right? There's things you choose to cover and things you don't choose to cover, and there are angles you pick versus ones you don't, and that says a lot about who you are and what you really think, even more so perhaps than your own self-labels, right? So anyway, let me give you the specifics here, because this story is really something. Months after his company bought Politico, Matthias Döpfner stood atop Axel Springer's 19-story...
It is true that what you support says more about you than what you say you support, but it's also true that you can be wrong about what you think someone supports, and they can be right. That's also true.
Dead quarters, gazing out at the double row of cobblestones that marked the outline of the demolished Berlin Wall, and explained his global ambitions, quote, "We want to be the leading digital publisher in democracies around the world," he said. A newcomer to the community of billionaire media moguls, Döpfner
Thousands have lived without love.
Bold pronouncements and visionary prescriptions. He's concerned that the American press has become too polarized. Legacy brands, like the New York Times and the Washington Post, drifting to the...
It's objectively true that the media is too polarized. And that's a gigantic problem.
Left, in his view, while conservative media falls under the sway of Trumpian alternative facts. So in Politico, the fastest growing Beltway political journal, he sees a grand opportunity. Quote, "We want to prove that being nonpartisan is actually the more successful position," he said in an interview with the Washington Post. He called it his biggest and most contrarian bet. Now look, if somebody was actually producing this, I think it would do well. To the extent that anybody can.
And you believe he's not going to produce it, why? Why, Kyle?
Be nonpartisan and be like, a just the facts type thing. I think that would do well. But are you truly committed to those principles? And what does that look like in practice? Because it's easier said than done, right? Like, I'm all nonpartisan, I'm just about the facts. But then in reality, how does that manifest?
Oh, and so you're making this video without knowing what he said about that?
Well, I'm about to show you. It's certainly not going to manifest from this guy, okay?
Oh, well.
How exactly Döpfner, Axel Springer CEO, hopes to define nonpartisan journalism in an especially fragmented time for American politics is a question of intense interest as he aims to leave his mark on American media. His own politics have remained something of a mystery, too. But weeks before the 2020 U.S. presidential election, he sent a surprising message to his closest executives obtained by the Washington Post. Quote, "Do we all want to get together for an hour in the morning on November 3rd and pray that Donald Trump will again become president of the United States of America?"
Sounds like a pretty awesome guy to me. If only Kyle, Sam Harris, etc. could understand, could get it into their heads that the centrist vote was for Donald Trump in 2016 and in 2020 and continues to be for Donald Trump. That's the centrist vote. Sadly, that's where our political debate is at right now in this country, and where it's been at since 2015. If you ask me.
Huh? Very nonpartisan, this guy. Now look, you might read that and say, that's sarcasm. It reads like sarcasm. I actually kind of agree with that. But wait. His email was inspired by a news story he shared about the government's plans to sue Google for abuse of market dominance, an animating issue of his for years. But Doffner went on to argue that Trump had made the right moves on 5 of what he deemed the 6 most important issues of the last half-century. Defending the free democracies against Russia and China, pushing NATO allies to up their contributions, tax reforms, and Middle East peace efforts, as well as challenging tech monopolies, if falling short, he implied, on climate change.
Well, sounds 100,000% based to me. This Doffner fellow seems quite legit, Kyle. I don't know what your problem is, bitch.
No American administration in the last 50 years has done more, Doffner concluded. Asked about the email, Doffner initially responded with a forceful denial that's intrinsically false, he said. Intrinsically false? What do they mean? That doesn't exist. It has never been sent and has never been even imagined. When shown a printout of the text, Doffner allowed a glimmer of recognition. It's possible, he said, that he may have sent the email as an ironic, provocative statement in the circle of people that hate Donald Trump. Because that's exactly the kind of ironic, provocative thing that Doffner, a garrulous and enthusiastic texter, likes to do. That is me, he said. That could be. Okay. So now, why is the sarcasm angle not viable? It's not viable because
when wasteful war still without imagination.
He's totally right on. And by the way, of course, he's not even correct in the things he's stating here. I mean, so let's go through them.
Oh, just for the record, though, if he did say that and then denied it, I definitely agree with Kyle that he's like a piece of shit coward for that. For sure. It's rhino behavior all day.
I guess you could say some of them maybe, but most of them no. So defending free democracies. I mean, look, it goes without saying, Trump was a great admirer of various authoritarian leaders around the world, and he was kind of open about that fact, right? Any like authoritarian strongman, he would say like, so strong, such a strong guy, good leader, great leader. I mean, did like the love letters with Kim Jong-un. So defending free democracies against Russia and China. I mean, that seems kind of silly and not necessarily the Trump doctrine as far as foreign policy goes. The only thing that animated Trump when it comes to foreign policy is just whatever the opposite of Obama did is what I'm going to try to do, right? And so, by the way, when he goes on to say, oh, Middle East peace efforts, the Trump led those, which is why, I think he's great. This is the dude who pulled out of the Iran deal. He pulled out of the Iran deal and illegally assassinated a top Iranian commander, who, by the way, that commander was fighting ISIS. So, again, a lot of these things are just wrong. But wait, he says, tax reforms. He cares deeply about tax reforms. Okay, so in other words, you support the 2017 Republican tax cut bill where 83% of the benefits went to the top 1% over the long term. That's what you support.
Kyle, you're objectively wrong in your framing of that tax bill, okay? You love to fucking talk about whatever the fuck percent went to the top, whatever the fuck percent, okay? But you don't like to talk about the fact that that top, whatever the fuck percent, pays a massively disproportionate portion of the tax burden, Cal. So, by rights, they should be getting the biggest benefit from a tax cut bill, okay? And I do believe everybody's taxes went down in that bill. So, suck a dick, Kyle. Why would you be in favor of higher taxes? It's fucking ridiculous.
Don't tell me you're not partisan. That is deeply, deeply conservative. Deeply conservative.
I won't tell you I'm nonpartisan, but I will tell you that I'm partisan in a centrist way. I'm both a partisan Republican and first, before that, a partisan centrist, or a radical centrist, if you will. My partisan Republicanism is a manifestation of my radical centrism, because the Overton window in this country is so extremely far to the left that it absolutely needs people like myself to move it further to the right. But I could imagine a day when the opposite thing would be necessary, the opposite course correction. There could come a day when I would need to become a Democrat just to restore balance to the force, but it's hard to say whether the country could even survive long enough to get to a point that bad. So perhaps a civil war would occur. Perhaps a second civil war would occur first. It's legitimately difficult to say.
And then even the thing on like tech monopolies, you really think the Trump administration was cracking down on monopolies and going after big tech? They didn't do shit. It was all virtue signaling. It was all posturing. Because they left office and the tech monopolies were just as strong as they've ever been. So, he's just wrong on this stuff. But look, this is a cautionary tale that I wanted to share with you guys. The cautionary tale is, beware the person who proclaims, me bro, I'm nonpartisan. I'm above the fray. I'm all about the facts. I'm just going to give good journalism. That's what I...
You literally described
Vessels large
right now,
may
Kyle.
venture more, but little
Beware you.
boats
Yes,
should
I
keep
agree.
near shore.
Beware you, Kyle. Beware of yourself, and everyone else should beware of you too. Shipbuilding.
Because I've seen so many instances of people who claim that mantle, and then you get into the specifics, and they, like, suck off Republicans 24/7.
Right. You claim that mantle, and then you get into the specifics, and you just fucking dick-sucking the shit out of Democrats, bro. They're literally the anti-free speech party compared to the Republicans. And your cognitive dissonance, or money, I'm not sure which one, causes you to refuse to acknowledge that fact, Kyle? Can I get a Jimmy Dore? What?
7 and shit on the left 24/7. And it's like, look, I would at least respect it if they were honest about where they fall and what they believe. You know, I would at least say, hey, at least they're being upfront.
Oh, right. I would respect you, Kyle, if you were more reasonable, if you were more honest, and if you were more introspective, and if your positions were more correct. I would respect you, Kyle. You have what it takes. You're just not there. And no, you don't need to be a Republican. You just need to be a Democrat that's sufficiently pro-free speech, which you are not.
That's one of the things on this show. I try to never play hide the ball with my beliefs, right? So there's a number of labels you can apply to me that I think are relatively fair, and I'll tell you where I stand and what.
Authoritarian, communist, fascist. Relatively fair label for you, bro. Just saying.
I think, and what politicians I like, and what politicians I can mildly tolerate, and which politicians I hate. It's all up front, it's all out there on your sleeve, but the fact of the matter is, with a lot of the political commentary, especially these types, they're doing nothing but playing hide the ball. So it's so disingenuous, and that alone should turn you off to taking anything they say seriously. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam...
Here are the 10 reasons my apartment deal's outperformed Tesla, Bitcoin, GameStop,
Trump gets a special master. It's the most beautiful special master anyone has ever seen. It's the most special.
This is really interesting. Let's watch a little Legal Eagle real quick, shall we?
Most wonderful special master that has ever existed. He's not wrong. People have never seen a special master like this. But what does that all mean? Well, a Florida federal judge, Eileen Cannon, has temporarily halted the criminal investigators from reviewing the records found in Mar-a-Lago and ordered the appointment of a special master to check the government's work. However, the judge also allowed the government's intelligence damage assessment to continue. Many lawyers were quick to condemn the judge's ruling.
I think the driver on this from the beginning was loads of classified information sitting in Mar-a-Lago. People say this was unprecedented. Well, it's also unprecedented for a president to take all this classified information and put him in a country club.
Are they right to be upset? Well, before we set our hair on fire, let's look at
Bill Barr. Bill Barr is the kind of guy who wants to be a good person and is a good person, but has such an acute lack of greatness that he fails to meet the moment when the rubber really meets the road. It's very sad.
how we got here and then consider what the judge ruled and why. And of course, why the DOJ is going to appeal that order to the 11th Circuit and what that means. Now, all this got off to a strange start when Trump's lawyers didn't file this motion in the court that had created the search warrant in the first place. Instead, they created a new case, a civil case, and that landed in front of federal judge Eileen Cannon, who we'll talk about in a moment. Now, in the DOJ's brief in opposition to an appointment of a special master, it outlined new details about the classified documents that Trump had taken from the White House. First, it included a photograph of the materials displayed on the floor of Mar-a-Lago. The photo shows 5 yellow folders marked top secret and a red one labeled secret.
My liege, we have an envoy at our disposal. We can use the envoy to gain favor with the city-state. Becoming friendly with a city-state neighbor can be greatly beneficial to our civilization.
But also their response is not
Writing means sharing. Mysticism is that.
In their possession. So far, the lawyers have not bothered to make this argument in front of a court. But Donald Trump was very offended by this photograph for other reasons. He called up a conservative radio show to rant about how sloppy the FBI was with the records. He claimed he kept them in a much neater fashion.
But I have confidential documents spread out all over my floor. and like a slob.
Trump's family members also emphasized the former president was a neat freak. Quote, he's a very neat individual. He would never scatter documents around on a floor like that. But none of this is about whether Trump is a slob. The issue is whether Trump had possession of documents that he was not allowed to possess in a completely unsecured location. Trump's comments could also be...
First of all, I just think that's a ridiculous and nonsensical reason to criminally pursue a former president of the United States. Unless you can actually prove that he committed treason. That would be my bar. Okay.
Viewed as an admission that those records were not planted by the FBI, which is contrary to some of the other messaging that the Trump camp has been doing. The Justice Department's filing also pushed back on Trump's claim that he'd been cooperating with government all along. The DOJ said that when they arrived at Mar-a-Lago on June 3rd, one of Trump's lawyers handed over a single red-welled envelope, double-wrapped in tape. The lawyer said that the records inside had come from a storage room. Another lawyer, probably Christina Bobb, signed a certification letter swearing under oath that a diligent search had been conducted, and that all the classified materials on the property had been turned over, or all the documents that had been labeled as classified. Side note, Alina Habba and Christina Bobb, Trump's lawyers, have given several interviews where they potentially incriminated themselves as witnesses or targets of the criminal investigation.
Sorry to interrupt, but was there a limited number of people who had access to that storage room? It seems like a pretty important room, right? Since they made...
This is just juicy.
One finished there.
What did you get on your quizzes?
The first one I got a 97.5.
LOL.
And the second one I've got an 8 out of 8 of the things that I've graded so far. And then there's a 2-point question that I'm waiting for to get graded. I'm like 99.9% certain that I'll get both points. So I should get 100% on the second quiz.
Oh, that's super exciting.
And right now, well, lunch is about, dinner's about to start here in a few minutes.
So you're about to go to that when it starts, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does it start, 5? That's in 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your go-to dinner alarm?
Mm-hmm. It's just annoying because everyone's doing their laundry on the weekend.
Not having
so
great
like all the washing machines are used or were used, and now all the dryers are used. So now I'm like waiting for a dryer. That's really annoying.
That would be incredibly annoying. Jesus.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get dinner.
Okay.
And I'll come and bring you the card so you can get dinner.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you soon. Celestial navigation engine. Navigation engine. Celestial navigation engine.
I don't underrate the value of military knowledge, but if men make war in slavish obedience to...
In addition to...
Hi, see you soon.
back over the path. Without mathematics, All the world's a stage. The ascent to the highest story is by stairs, and at their side are water engines, by means of which persons, appointed expressly for the purpose, are continually employed in raising water from the Euphrates into the garden. There is nothing but a plank between us. It is equally important.
My liege, the most... The opportunity has arrived for a change into an...
Divide and rule. Can you imagine trying to talk 600 people into helping you drag a 50-ton store 18 miles across the countryside and muscle it into an upright position and then say, right lads, another 20 like that, then we can party?
Our population...
If bread is the first necessity of life, recreation. not all who wander. Invincibility lies in... It's not the towering set.
Aue, viator. Augusta e Roma imperator Caesar Traianus sum. Quis es? Qua terra patria vocas.
Oh boy, this motherfucker.
Tickets for the play that I have to go to. Be $10 for me and $18 for you.
Okay. When is the play?
It's showing from like the 23rd to the 3rd or something.
Of this month?